Hello guys. I'll do Chaac as a warm-up. I wanted to play Kukulkan to be honest, but I feel like every time I want to play Kukulkan they have Fenrir. I'm getting tired of that matchup. I don't want to deal with it. Same thing with Vulcan. Every time, Fenrir on the enemy team. I'd rather deal with anything else. And I apologize for the lack of sound at the moment. I'm just fixing stuff in the back. When I haven't streamed for so long, there's so many things that are just off. Like my chat bots and everything. Right. Haven't played that much Chaac. Partly just because I am tired of him. He has been good for a very long time. But even so. He's a good god for me to warm up on.
Wow, wow, wow.
An enemy has left the game.
The Jugador Mordred. Probably need to chill a bit in the early game. Depending on how it goes. I do want to play at least one Kukulkan game though. I don't know why. I just really want to play Kukulkan. He's just my spice pick of the week, I suppose. Hopefully this honor comes back though. Otherwise it's gonna be pretty short, depressing game. 3 minutes really feel like a long time when you're just sitting or waiting, counting the seconds. But what can you do?
An enemy has returned.
He needed those 3 minutes though. Good for them.
Be careful left.
Are you unwell? The way you
Ever been inside the magic
No
lamp?
problem.
You hold
Yes.
the key.
No problem. Minions have
Opportunity is
spawned.
knocking.
No problem.
Be careful! Stepping away for a moment.
He joined some small ones. Hopefully I can actually hit level 2 here before he does. Or at least same time. Yeah.
Be careful left.
Thank you.
See if his jungler is
Enemies in
as
right
nice
lane.
as mine too.
Enemy missing. No problem.
No, I just helped him instead. That sucks.
Enemies in right lane.
Opportunity is
Follow me.
knocking.
Cancel that.
I can't believe he got that. Damn, that sucks, because he just got full XP for that. I'm so far behind in XP now. The hell?
Be right
Be
back.
careful.
Attack right lane.
Be careful left.
I'll just focus on getting some XP then. That sucks.
Attack.
On my way.
Follow me.
On my way. On my way.
Be careful.
On my way.
Attack.
I just did 5 at least for this. That's good. Not too far behind, but that's unfortunate. I could have blinked in front, but
Glory to Athens.
yeah, probably should have done that if I wanted the kill.
Enemy ultimate down.
Be careful, right.
Agony fuel.
I actually, oh my, oh no, man. I should have just blinked after him. Fuck. That's terrible. That is such a bad
Be
death.
careful.
Completed.
Oh well. I need to warm up. Hey Jordan, good to see you, man. Fuck. The dumbest death I've had in a while.
On my way.
I got greedy. I also, not gonna lie, I didn't see it blink. But I still had the opportunity to actually blink after him when I saw that he did it. My ult didn't really go off.
Wait.
Okay.
Attack left lane. Wait.
Wait. Enemies incoming left.
I should be fine overall. Like, this matchup I think will only really go in my favor later on as we go. But
Be right back. Be careful.
he's got a full level on me though. Yeah, the level difference is gonna make a bit too much of a difference here.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Be careful, right. Attack.
On my way. Help.
I'll just go do his, I guess.
Will go better.
An ally has been slain.
Attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Retreat.
I'll just stay even and enough with the greedy, trying to fight constantly mindset.
Be careful.
Attack.
See here though, it's not.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
See if red is up.
An enemy has been
Soon.
slain.
Goodbye, old
Be
friend.
right back.
I'll just live down here for a little bit.
Attack.
Be careful left. Be careful left. Be careful left.
No, he's so low, man.
You have been slain.
I'm sad.
Most unfortunate.
It was greedy. It was greedy. Oh well. Unfortunately, we didn't have Athena ult. That would have been perfect. Probably lost blue, and I didn't get his blue, so I will continue to fall behind here.
Your left tower is under attack.
careful, middle. Ultimate is down.
Assume it's down. Yeah, it's down.
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Attack, attack.
Double kill.
Exemplary.
Killing spree.
Okay.
Kind of thought the more the way was gonna die here, but
Triple kill.
I'll just proxy again.
Enemy ultimate
This kind of seems like a farm game.
Your right tower.
We're not really winning on the opposite side.
complete.
Oh, well, I guess it's even, but
Shut down.
let's see if I can maybe rotate on this.
An enemy
me.
has been slain.
Attack.
On my way.
This could be really big.
The pyromancer has arrived. An ally has been slain.
I think I can still get him.
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
That's unfortunate that he rotated at the same time.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I'm not playing well this game. I should have had him. They path weird though, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect them to run towards their purple when they were running away. I expected Honor to jump over the wall, which is why I went there.
Wrong.
But oh well. I just need to shake off the sloppiness I'm playing around at the moment. Or maybe I'm just having an off day. That's also a very, very big possibility.
On my way.
Time for a well-earned rest.
What? That's an interaction that actually works? What the hell? You can get Fenrir ulted straight into a Mordred ult?
Tower is under attack.
Interesting. Good to know, I guess. That's a long time you can be CC'd. And still get damaged. Alright. I think I need to sit back and farm a bit now. Jesus Christ. I'm dying on cooldown.
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Gamehunter5. Right lane.
I also turned on my comms again. Because some people use it.
Ally has been slain.
Okay.
So, I thought, why not?
Those who do their best.
I've had a few situations where people are saying they tried to communicate something and
Ultimate is down.
through comms, and I didn't hear it, which would have been nice to hear.
Tower is under attack.
¿Me puedes comer lo que tengo ahí abajo, cositi?
Sometimes it's not great to have comms though.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
He went Ankh though? Interesting. That is completely useless, considering I don't actually heal.
Attack right lane. Okay.
With my 3, that is.
Enemies
Do we have any other healers? We have your Moj, I guess. It's not completely useless. Okay. Server lag. Yeah, I use in-game comms as well if I know the people. You know. Then I do as well, but otherwise I just generally don't want to listen to the random stuff just random people sometimes just say.
Be careful.
But I'll just mute people individually if it comes to that. I did finally solo my blue buff though.
Good luck. Ultimate is down.
Enemy missing leg. Cancel that.
Be right back.
I'm giving him too much farm. Like, I don't actually mind rotating that much, but I have been giving him all my shit for so long now. Plus the stupid kill very early on.
Tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Enemies incoming.
He's definitely rotating on this. Yeah, there he is.
Glory to Athens.
My blades
And he got his jump up in time. That's great.
An ally has been slain.
I might be able to kill.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Double kill. Rampage.
How did everyone die though?
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, I think we win this going to a late game, but this is kind of tragic at the moment.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh. He just did more damage than I expected.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Defend the Golden Fury.
Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I mean, my team seems to be very tilted. That's the main reason this is not going well, I think.
Thanks.
I'll attack right lane.
Good luck.
I think that fight should have been really good for us. But I do seem mentally out of this game. to be
And you
honest.
push my lane. Okay, I'm FK. Good luck.
Ah, comms. You have not been missed.
Gank right lane. You are wrong.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Him being 20 is tough, though. Like, he is just super fed.
Your
And I
middle
am
tower is
part
under attack.
a part of the reason why he's as fed as that.
Defend the fire giant.
Defend. Hello.
Like, we don't need to defend this. We're getting tier 2 in right. Like, fuck this. We don't need to fight it.
Ultimate is ready.
just did in mid.
An ally has
You are
been
as
slain.
wise as you are strong. Attack right lane.
An enemy has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the fire pit. Killing spree.
I don't know what we're doing on right side though, when we know they could just do fire at any point.
Listen instead of speaking.
Enemies in right lane.
Yeah, he has anti-healing, but it's also just I don't heal much because I have the aspect. Like I'm pretty sure it doesn't heal at all. There is 0 healing when you have the aspect on it.
Enemies of the fire giant.
So I'm a proc god, but
Your left tower
I don't
is
heal.
under attack.
Outside of some lifesteal on serrated. Yeah, he's got it for Yemoja. It might just be, you know, force of habit, going anti-healing into a Chaac. I've been playing this game like shit though, so
Your left tower.
it doesn't matter what he's been building. I've been playing this so bad. It's been alright going into later game here, but
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Follow me.
Glory to Athens.
Attack.
they're not on fire, so. Well, that sucks. I was going for both Mordred as well as Fenrir, but
Your left tower is under attack.
Behind us.
Your left tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack the fire giant. Gank.
it's very big for us. And on her just kind of into the bit here.
Killing spree. My.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Now we can do the fire. We
Wise
can.
as you are strong.
Attack fire giant.
What do you mean we can't? Only Acne is alive. I mean, if he shows up, I'm gonna hunt his ass.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Wow.
Shut down.
Wow.
Your right tower is under attack. The pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
Let's get more proccing. Do they have any healing really?
The
No.
Gold Fury.
I'll just go. Crusher then. I might still do brawlers. I'm not sure if there's anything else that's really better on me, to be honest.
Enemies in right lane.
I don't know. Maybe I could go Jotun's just for more cooldown.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Glory to Athens. Glory
I mean, that was a bit silly. We really just need to group. We don't have a single ward on the map, so running around up there is just really silly.
Retreat.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
They're gonna have a hard time pushing though with me with fire. Got a lot of poke. I'll kill Acne instead then. We need a Phoenix or some shit for this, boys.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
This might be my worst Chaac game I've played though. Just like I've lost games where I played better than this. It doesn't help that our team is just refusing to group though, and just gets picked off by themselves.
Glory to Athens! Glory to Athens!
Be careful middle. Attack left lane. Be careful. Retreat.
Goodbye, old friend. Be right back. Time for a well-earned rest. Goodbye, old friend.
Oh, I'm just gonna blink. I don't want to end up fighting here.
Goodbye, old friend.
Maybe they didn't need to, but I cannot risk dying here. Might have been premature.
We need wards.
I'm on it. Group up. Thanks.
They definitely do seem to want to group and look for shit. Yeah, I just said it too.
Retreat middle lane. On my way.
Actually, gigantic ult.
Middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Okay.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Shut down. Your middle tower is under attack.
Surely we get him, right? Oh my god.
Retreat.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's getting a little weird now. Like, I do so much team-wide like damage at this point that we need to group. One big ult from me, or a huge Emoji ult, or even a big Hecate ult means we win the fight. They don't have anything near as good. Their team comp is kinda ass, like individually late game. The only good one who actually does some good damage late game is Acne. And even then, that's kind of underwhelming. They almost have, like, Honor is like the worst ADC, Kepri is like borderline the worst support, Acne isn't great, Modred isn't super good either, like he's probably the best on their team, maybe Fenrir. They generally don't have very good gods compared to us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, we gotta do better than what we're doing right now.
On my way. Group up.
Because we will. As long as we fucking group.
Group up.
Ultimate is ready. Time for a well-earned rest.
Enemies at the fire giant. Attack.
Be careful.
Okay.
Attack.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Your left tower
We're just a little bit too deep. I'm not gonna lie.
has been slain.
Retreat. Be right back.
Your left tower is under attack.
Stay alert.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant. Fire giant.
I need to wait ulting. I really do. I've been doing that shit so many times.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
On my way.
Kind of a big ult. If there's enough damage. There's not. That sucks. People are just solo playing, really. Like, that's a huge Hekate ult if we have any follow-up on it.
Okay. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Your right tower is under attack.
I do not know what to build though, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe a Bloodforge for a shield. Could be decent. Holy moly. That's a Kepri with what the fuck? How does that do so much damage? What the hell? Oh, it was Neiman line, never mind. That makes sense.
Fury.
That makes sense.
Your team has destroyed the
I'll
gold
just get
fury.
brawlers, I suppose.
Your right tower is under attack.
Don't really think there is a better item. Why not just throw axes?
An ally has been slain.
Completed.
Glory to Athens.
I really do think, like, either they Sentry a lot or we just don't ward. We never have any vision.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Goodbye, old friend. Defend the Titan.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dispel their attacks.
Ultimate is down. Good luck.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle
That's an early Kepri ult. That's huge. Ult. Wasn't sure how much damage that was gonna do.
Enemy ultimate down.
On my way.
Yeah, we don't really want to do much else here.
Attack.
Ultimate is ready. Okay.
I mean, I spread red the easiest by a mile, so I should get red.
Be careful. Retreat.
Set up an ambush
Defend.
here.
Defend.
They have 5.
Okay.
Retreat.
Retreat. Glory to Athens.
killing spree.
I help those who do their best. Goodbye, old friend.
Yeah. I think we will end up losing this, because for some reason people just don't want to team play. I don't know why we're running up there when they still have fire on 4 people. What we should be doing is getting ready for the next fire by warding up the fucking left jungle like a Christmas tree, but no one's doing that either.
Retreat. Right lane. Hello.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. You have been
That's dagger. That's why he jumped in, I guess. Yeah, let's just get out.
Gemoja, uninstall please, you are fucking trash.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is
That was just weird. Like, it felt like everyone just didn't want to team play at all. Like, not a single person on this. Maybe Hekate, but I played like shit, and no one wanted to ever group. I mean, we did ward. Like, we definitely did ward. I just felt like we never had any vision, somehow. It's the weirdest game I've had in a while. He's praying for a different, less weird game. Also, their grouping obviously was good. They were looking for just Like, they were just 5-man grouping looking for a single pick. And they kept doing that, which is something that's pretty hard to deal with in ranked. Like, a lot of people do not know how to deal with that in ranked. Even in the cases where they did do it, sometimes they got like 3-man Hecate ulted, and we just weren't grouped enough to really follow up on that. So if we were grouped, we could have still counteracted it. But I don't want to blame my team wholly for that one, because I played like shit. I shouldn't have lost lane in the first place. The lane was in my control until I threw it. Fucking dove under tower like an idiot. Should have been the freest kill. At least I should be warmed up now. I barely lost anything for that. I lost like, what, 30? Maybe 20? Maybe they were trio queue. Maybe that's why they kept grouping as much as they did. They might have been a trio queue. That would explain why I lost nothing, at least. And they probably gained nothing. As they should. Disgusting triple cures. I think I'll play Kokolkan in my next game. Unless they pick Fenrir again. That's the only exception. Just want to play Kokolkan. Admittedly, though, he's not a great solo, but should be fine. Just need mid and late game. It's kind of quiet. Let me throw on some music. I usually don't. I kind of feel like I have a hard time focusing sometimes with music in the back. But I am not in a try-hard mood anyway. So... I do not know how loud this is going to be on the stream, though. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know if someone can let me know how loud that actually is. Can you even hear it? Because this would be perfect for me. I do really like Smite too at the moment, but I also do feel a little fatigued on the current gods, again. Especially because Mulan hasn't been good, so I haven't felt like playing her. I still don't think Mordred feels good, Odin is terrible. Most of the tanks are just not great in solo, so I feel like I'm kind of stuck having to play Hades, Morrigan, Chaac. Shit like that. What the hell was that sound? Oh, it must have been someone's mic. Never mind. Probably someone's mic. Oof. Not a single known name. Generally not a... great sign. Should have banned Izanami, I suppose. Because I can't proxy as Uller, which kinda sucks. But I can stop her from proxying if it's a solo Izanami at least. My level 1 should be better in terms of fighting.
You know what I mean? Well, I'm just saying those are.
I don't think I've gotten to play Uller in ranked yet. I've played a bit in some casuals. It feels pretty good, but I wouldn't say I'm super comfortable on Uller. But he has a lot of fun to play. Should be fine though. I did say I was going to play Kukulkan, but if I'm first pick, I can control the bans and stuff, so I can try and get something that is pretty good. And I will always go for Aladdin. And I had so much hope that since we got to ban the Medusa and the Jingwei, that they were going to ban the Euler to remove the last like top ADC. That I mean, Izanami is also very good, so I kind of forgot about her, but yeah. It just comes off into often talk to walls, but yeah, that is the thing. So many people don't really have it on either. I used to not really have it on. I mean, it's been 50-50 for me, I suppose. I used to have it on a lot, or just always. But since I started just playing a bit by myself only, or mostly in casuals and stuff, just to play the game a bit, it got a bit annoying in the long run. So I stopped. But now it's back on. Just means I'm gonna have to mute people here and there. Alright, let's look out for potential Izanami. Who's solo actually? It's Ra, never mind. He could proxy. Ra's actually not a bad proxy god. A little bird in my chat a few days ago mentioned that he's 3 one-shots the way when you have Conduit, so I started proxying on Ra and it was actually kind of fun. I need to play more Ra solo. And Full Mage Ra. I've been enjoying Full Mage Ra. That shit's fun. Well, now I regret picking the X. Because I want the 3 for the buff.
Minions have spawned.
I'm not gonna lie though, I'm happy I'm not against Izanami. I've been against Izanami way too much lately, and it's just annoying. I don't like it. So much for trying to save all the creeps. Missed.
The heat bears down upon you.
No, dude, there's no way. My order didn't go off. Once again, just like last game, I just gave them blue buff. I just came to help with it. It is their own blue buff, but still. I should have had it both times.
The heat bears down upon you.
Tragic. My one wasn't up in time. Still, this is good though. I gotta have some early pressure. I'm not gonna waste it this time.
Beats on Gab.
It's all my mana. It's gonna be a slog clearing this wave. It's fine though, he's too scared to really get close. So much was TV'd. I really do not want to back them, I'm not gonna lie, it's 200 gold. The trends.
Take this jungle. You won't fight into my trap. Your middle tower is under attack. Be my guide.
Yeah, the strat is proxying as often as you can, but on... No, it's more expensive. It is, but on Uller it's terrible. You can't proxy on Uller.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I do it on any god that I can, Uller is not one of them. His early clear is so bad. It's absolute dog shit.
Your right tower is under
I'm gonna lose a few creeps for that. I forgot a long time ago they made it a bit more expensive. Either that or I'm just confusing it with Book of Thoth.
Gank left lane.
out of mana.
It also depends on what god you're playing. Like, proxying in ranked, at least, on a god that doesn't have great escapability. Like, I like doing it on Ra, but on Ra it's a lot more risky than it would be in someone like Chaac, you know? I'll gladly proxy, but sometimes it is just also just really unsafe. You gotta be careful when you do it. You don't want to do it when red is spawning, for example, you know? Unless you're confident. He has both he has red? The hell, man. I do like the Mage Ra as well, because it just has great buff clear as well. He just feels good in solo right now, I think. Well, if he's backing, I'm just gonna zone with the Minotaur coming. Yeah, you could just throw a 1 and then go run away, but yeah. I definitely think there are ways. Sometimes I just prefer playing it safe.
Be careful, right? Your left tower is under attack.
Do I need to be careful, right? What's happening in right?
Gabble is an army beats.
Always rejuvenates me. On my way. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Now he has speed buff? Dude, what is this? Where's he going?
Your left tower is under attack.
Why has he got everything? Does he have the... He doesn't have the aspect. Well, then it's just bad that I get hit. Good to know. I need to juke more one of your snipes. Just a good snipe, I guess. Let's get timers on these things. Just zone for a bit.
That might be coming to you, Zeus.
I see. There's a lot of people here.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nemesis, TP, and Zeus. Oh, she stopped.
Your middle tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy. The pyro. An ally has been slain. What a shame. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing right.
I'll take a little yoink. I'll use it well.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's weird pathing creeps. Oh, what is the Uller build again? Techie, I believe.
Retreat left lane. An enemy has been
It has been a while. I
Nemesis,
played
come in.
I played a
Your way.
bunch of Uller when he came out in casuals to try him out, and it's definitely fun, but I do feel slightly rusty on him as well.
No problem. Killing spree. Your right tower is under attack.
That's what happens when you don't play that much. I'm starting to do a lot of damage to camps now, at least.
Enemy missing. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. I'll defend middle lane. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. The gold fury.
Name is mid. I'll just keep pushing here. 1 HP Minotaur? Fuck it. I'll rotate. I can't actually do anything, really. Screw it.
In my sights. Always rejuvenates me.
Playing bots tomorrow? I will definitely try him, for sure. I do like bots. He's never been one of my favorites, though, so I don't think I'm gonna fall in love with him, but you never know. Smite 2 has left some surprises. I somehow ended up liking Nuwa in this game, so... But yeah, I'll always try the new gods in some way, unless I just don't have any interest in them at all, like Umoja. I'm not a Umoja player, and I will never be a Umoja player. I also haven't played Dancer or Cupid much. Cupid is a god that's been fun like in periods for me when I played ADC, but I think as a solo laner, Cupid and Dancer don't interest me. So see if I can catch Ra unawares here.
Be careful left. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Slain an
Can't hit anything.
enemy ultimate.
He is building full mage, so it's very good for me as a ruler. Because, I mean, if the ult and 1 misses, he's gonna be a long time before he has any chance of fighting against me. Until late game at least. His 2 is gonna start chunking when he builds full mage, but... And we're just giving them gold, I guess. I guess Zeus is dead.
The enemy team has destroyed
Tragic.
the gold fury. An ally has been slain.
Surely he doesn't have TP, right? He does, of course he does. I'll risk it for the biscuit.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
Your fate is sealed. I am left.
No, I didn't get my jump off. Dude, okay. When they said retreat, I did not expect 4 people to be there. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of wasted my beats then. I think I would have died no matter what. If I had gotten that jump off though, I would have survived.
Nemesis is doing back, she might TP left.
What is Zeus building? Oh no.
Nemesis is still...
I do not like Zeus's ADC build here. Not having brackies is kind of rough. And very early crit.
She TP'd, I think, Zeus.
Yeah, the Rust snaps have been pretty good. Like, it feels like I am dealing with the best player on their team, if that makes any sense. Like, why is he here? Couldn't I have gotten someone easier? Well, in reality, it's probably the Nemesis. From the looks of things. Zeus better not die now. Told him a million times that they were gonna be there. He's dead.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Why are you here? Were you here for blue as well? What? Why were you here? Just for the kill, I guess? Oh my god. Man, I have not been blessed with the team in this one.
Right tower has been destroyed.
My jungler also hasn't been here once. On the free Ra, who is full damage. He built Necro first? Oh, man. Oh, no. Yeah, Zeus, I'll just stand behind Zeus. Wait for him to go into Zeus. Oh, this sucks. Now they're clearing my wave as well.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm gonna ward. Dude, we have... I mean, we got 2 towers in my lane, but we don't have any towers in the other lanes. I might have to start actually ganking the... I mean, anyone should be pretty easy for me to kill as long as I land the axe, so... I'm gonna need to ward fire, though.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing right. The pyromancer has arrived.
Someone is all the way in left.
4 in mid.
Kind of tragic vision we were running around with. Are they on this? No. Dude, where are they? I'm so confused. Nothing is, literally nothing is happening, and it's making me uneasy.
Defend the fire giant. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Almost got it, I think. But...
I'll use those powers again.
It's an ult.
Oh, good.
I'm glad we got gold. Well done, boys. Cap.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
With Kukulkan, like, we shouldn't let them push as easily. Oh no, so we just missed pluck. Why would you go for this, buddy?
An ally has been slain. Your right tower
Why did he go for that?
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do in this game. If we can't hit plugs with Sobek, we have zero chance of actually doing this.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
I'm gonna have to rely on one-shotting things with Axis. Let's push this up while I have the chance. Yeah, I mean, this is just a very low elo game, Nate. Nate, if you want to duo queue, I'm super down, because I feel like I need some other, just at least one other person with hands. I think if I had a support with me in this game, we win. Give me some setup, we kill everything. But I don't think I am able to do anything if Sobek misses a plug and just dies for that.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Well, I mean, Nemesis and right, like this is a fight situation, you know. That's bad by me. And he's just cooked.
Been slain. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under
We'll just lost this once again. Sobek just kind of dies. That speeds as well. Fenrir can deal with that, hopefully.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Oh my dude.
You have been slain.
I went for it because I knew we had to kill because we're losing in left.
Is under attack.
Alright, it's over.
Is under attack.
Yeah, no, I think they're ending it now, maybe.
Double kill.
Maybe? Maybe he can save this?
An ally
Nah, it's
has
cooked.
been slain. Your Titan
Maybe.
is under
I don't think they can't tank this. They don't have a tank anymore, our front line. Surely you can get one here, Fenrir. I believe in you. Looks like we're surviving another day. They only got one Phoenix. Overall, this is not bad.
The pirate
This isn't terrible.
has arrived.
We just need Kukulkan to go over here to the right side of the map right now and put a tornado, but he's been spending a lot of time in base. I want to see if I can catch someone. That is tragic.
Down upon you. Slay an enemy.
Your powers are mine.
Well, I got one, but I'm glad my team is pushing mid at least. And Fenrir ulted or something? Dude. God damn it.
War the fire giant.
They just seem so confused. Like, we don't even word fire unless I tell us to. And they're on it. And Sobek's in the middle of the circle, and he's dead. Oh, Zeus. Nice. We are... At this point, the goal is to delay. That's dagger used as well, that's pretty good. At least we stole fire. That delays it. The goal is to delay them enough so that when we lose this, I can just instantly queue with Nate. I'll just go and defend.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack. Shut down.
They just ended while I was trying to defend right. I'm not sure if Kukulkan just went AFK or what he was doing, but
Defeat.
oh well. That sucks. I don't think I could have done anything this game, to be honest. Legitimately felt like I was alone. Alright. I keep forgetting how to check how much I lose for these games. Yeah, I'm losing like 50. Like, I'm barely losing anything. I don't know if that means it's because I'm meeting trio queues, or if it's just because I don't lose that much down here. But I'm not that far down anymore. Like, all things considered, it is diamond now. But I barely lose anything for actually losing. I do think I could have played this game better as well, though. Granted, I think I did my job. Getting like 3 solo kills and 2 towers in my lane. Might just be time to try hard for one game. Just go for Hades or Hercules or some shit. I can wait. If you're close, Nate, I can just wait. Like, I don't need to queue straight away. I can wait a few minutes if, depending on how long you think it's gonna take. I'll trade some minutes for another person with hands. Sounds like a good trade to me. 5 minutes? Alright. That is fine. That means I can think of something in practice mode. I do need a hurt build that I like. So I'll try and figure that out in the meantime. Because there's a few things I feel you can do with Herc. There's obviously the classic Bumpus that seems to be very popular at the moment, but I also kind of really enjoy Warrior's Axe on him. So I would rather want Warrior's Axe going into mid and late game than a Bumpus. But Bumpus just helps so much with the clear, with all the jungle camps. But maybe I can make up for that by maybe going for something like that gives me some damage. 25 cooldown is a lot, I feel like. Was that buffed? Wasn't it 20? Yeah, I think like going for something like this, starting, would be kind of nice. And then some cooldown. It kind of reminds of like a... This is kind of like a Smite 1 build, honestly. What else? What else could be good? Stone of Binding would be nice. Could be nice. Actually, yeah, Stone of Binding. I heard from... Who was it? It was Biggie Doinks. The Herc main himself said he likes Britwin on Hercules. I might want to try that out. I could see it. Like 45-second cooldown is also pretty nice. The cooldown is nice. It's just the 25 protections each I don't like. It's very little. Compared to so many other items. Like even Pharaoh's Curse. Like 40 and then also attack speed. You really have to make use of the passive and the active on Pridwin to make it worth it. It does give the cooldown though. Excuse me. And this is where I don't know what I want to build anymore. Could throw Onis in there. It's also Hexstone if I want some kind of escapability. Or Nemean, actually. Nemean is an item I keep forgetting about that I actually think is pretty good at the moment. I've also seen some people use it. Base stats is super good. Like 50 protections, 350 health, and some health regen. On top of a passive and an active ability, so... I think I should use it more. I like this. Like, this could definitely work. Yeah, 245. Whoops. Oh, I think it should be good. I think a lot of it is also the low cooldowns with this build. I think is one of the bigger reasons why it's better or good. Want to keep up the passive at all times. What is the passive again? Just 15%? A pre-mitigated basic attack. I mean, it should be good currently, right? With all the ADCs running crit and shit. I feel like it would be good. Like, press this at the right time, they should practically one-shot themselves, right? I mean, 40-second ult as well, actually, with this. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. I like this build. An update. Nemesis is looking good now. It feels good. Like, stat-wise as well, it honestly seems kind of broken just looking at the stats. It has really good base stats. Though I guess only Hunters does as well, but people don't really pick it that much. Yeah, Nemean might be getting close to a must in the current meta, with constant Izanamis and Jingweis. I'll just take a quick picture of my build here, because I want to try this, and I will definitely forget it. Here's hoping I ever actually get to a full late game Hercules, though. Not a whole lot of late game happening, I feel like, currently. With the uneven in skill levels, I feel like very rarely do you get an even game to the point where you actually have like 3k pots and stuff. Stunts cancel Nemean active? Why? That's weird. That is strange, but I kind of get it. If it was really OP, I could see it being good as having a counter to it, but that seems still very strange to me. And Nate, when you're ready, you can just invite me. Not intended? Okay. Yeah, maybe not. %. Okay. I think this build is still good, even if I go Bombas. I think if I go Bombas, I should start with Breastplate and then go into Jotuns rather than... Though I guess, maybe I go Techies then, if it's later. I think having Jotuns first with the axe is nice, but I don't think the Jotuns is as worth if you want to build it later. Because then I just think Techie is better. Teko Kaki. I also wish, maybe I'm wrong, but can you somewhere check your own ranking? Or not ranking, but like your win-loss ratio in Smite, or do you have to go to Tracker for that shit? Because you can see it on people if you just go to the leaderboard, right? You see people here. Dude, holy fuck. Car has played a lot. Damn. I mean, I guess all the top people up here has been playing quite a bit. Goddamn. Damn, Rage is up here too. That's really high. Most played Raw. Classic Seagull. Jingwei, of course. All the Gep, that's respectable. Uller. The fuck is be the toilet? Ymir. How the fuck is Nika's most played got Aladdin? There's no fucking way. I don't believe that. Auto speed and drips, too cute. That would make sense. Yeah, that makes sense. What about Streak? Uller, that makes sense. Zelda Maxi, right? Yeah, Hercules makes sense. That's all I see him play right now. Anubis. Yeah, Takito Mordred. We don't need to look at what what his most played is. We know. The Jugador Mordred player himself. I don't even know what my most played currently in ranked is. Because I just like variety. I play a lot of different stuff. I get tired of the same thing very fast. Like, even Vamana. Like, Vamana is, like, arguably, with Apollo, my favorite two gods. Like, those two gods. But I can't play them every game. I can play them for maybe, like, 2 or 3 games at max. Then I need something else. You have 4 stars? What the fuck, man? You play that shit a lot. But, I mean, I think it's great you have something you enjoy. I'm close to, maybe... Well, not close. I'm somewhat close to like 1 star. But he's still my most played Smite 2 god, followed by Hades. But now people will frown upon you if you say your most played is Hades. People didn't used to do that back in my day, back when Hades was considered shit. Right? I have some that I'm really close to mastering though. It's still funny. You don't expect it, but Kukulkan is up there. He's been pretty. I've been playing so much Kukulkan, but you just don't see it on stream because he's kind of like a fun chill god for me. But I want to play it. I play a lot of Kukulkan. Aladdin is all. Excuse me. Aladdin is already up here as well. But he's so much fun, and that's mostly because of double worshippers. I will bring out the Kukulkan eventually. If I get the chance. But now that Fenrir is being picked every fucking game, I don't want to fucking play it. Not into that shit. I only have 2 rank 10s. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I only have 2. Chaac is not that close. I think Morrigan is the one I'm closest with. Yeah, she is above 900. Rai's not even close. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure these 3 are the only 3 that I'm somewhat close to 10s with. Like, Aladdin is, like, he's halfway. Zeus is 600. Dude, I feel like I played so much Zeus, but he's just nowhere near. I really do want more 10s. Because I think the Radiant skins are really cool. I actually have a motivation to get to 10 now. I didn't really have that in Smite 1. I didn't like the diamonds that much. I thought they were fine skins. But generally you had like paid skins that were just way cooler, so why the hell would you want the diamond one? Now I actually think that some of the Radiant skins are cooler than the actual skins. Like on Mordred, I'm kind of tired now of his just base model because it's all I've seen. But like Mordred's Radiant is awesome. It looks so good on armor. It's the same thing with Odin. On Odin, I would rather use the Odin Radiant than... Where is he? Odin! There he is. I'd rather use the Odin Radiant skin than any of his skins. Like, this one is really cool. We don't talk about this one. But, I mean, this looks awesome. I love the armor and the gold. Like, the white and gold. This looks super cool. I love it. I love it. But then Odin became shit, and I haven't played him since. But I still have him somewhat high. He's at like 600 worshippers or something, because he was so good for so long. Same thing with Bacchus. No, no, no. Trade with me, Nate. Get me out of this role. I hate ADC. Until Apollo comes, then I love ADC. But I'll probably take him to solo first. I'm really excited for Apollo. And I'm pretty curious for Rama as well. He's an ADC I enjoy quite a bit too. But that is not an ADC I want to take into solo. Because he's just way too easy to gank. What am I listening to? Right. My Hercules was yoinked. What am I supposed to do now? I don't want to go Hades and give Morgan that ammo. I don't know, maybe it's just time to run Kukulkan. Maybe it is actually that time. Yeah. My gut feeling says it's the correct choice. This game's on you. My gut feeling says it's the wrong choice. I may have... No, it's fine. Yeah, Jing is not hard to play. You just run the you just run Frenzy Dagger and that crit item that also gives you movement speed and shit like that. Now you press 2. And everything dies. Because it's unmissable. Dude, Hades, Hercules, Morrigan, Medusa, I am fucked with capital F. That's Kukulkan in this matchup. Yeah, just copy... Well, I don't know if Streak is doing the new dagger thing, Frenzy Dagger thing. But he might be. I don't know how much it plays. But I do think copying Streak is probably a good idea. Alright. I'm pretty ready to win this now. We'll use Opal skin as well. I have a higher win rate with Opal skins. Yeah, but Guntur plays in the mid, right? I don't know if you build the same stuff, but you probably do. I'm not gonna lie, I think we lost picks and bans, but I'm sure it'll be just fine. The good part is, I only know one person on their team. The bad part is, they still have a much better comp than we do. But I believe in us. I still think we win. I might have to... Do I need beats this game. Who's their solo? Hades. Then I am gonna run Book of Thought first, rather than Breastplate. I might not even go Breastplate. It depends on how much Herc decides to visit me, since he is jungle.
Good luck. Have fun. Great shot.
And I will not proxy, just for safety reasons. I could proxy. I will one-shot with my tornado. Assuming they're standing in it. I would have to tank them for a bit. That's another reason why I probably shouldn't be proxying. I could place a nado over the wall though. Or just in the lane. I'll try and place an early nado. If they will let me. No sane person would actually pick this in solo, so I'm sure they won't expect what I'm gonna do.
Have spawned.
Don't think I'm gonna tank. Well, I don't want to tank blue. Alright. You go do your blue. As I was gonna say, I don't want to tank blue if that's not another level 2. I'm just gonna lose way too much HP. I'll pass on that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't think Hades is coming. No. He's spending a lot of time on this wave. Is he gonna let me invade as Kukulkan? Surely not. No, he's taking my other shit first.
Has been slain.
Interesting. Hey, Seagull, thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope you had a nice stream. I miss these streams, yeah. I've been missing it too. That's why I check back in. At least at times. Still not every day, but more than before. He still hasn't done his blue.
Attack. Slice an enemy.
If that jungler is coming, potentially. I'll do it after the wave.
Over and out.
Unfortunate. Border Smite so recently, yeah. Understandable. Not a whole lot happening at the moment. I'm sure they will announce the comp stuff pretty soon. I mean, they said the coming weeks, right? So it's gonna happen eventually. Not sure if he's coming for me or where he's going. Or if he's checking my blue or some shit.
Enemy ultimate down.
Where is this Hades?
Be careful.
There he is.
Be right back.
Yes.
Hades is not really pressuring me here. Like, he's making this pretty easy for me to just farm. Good luck. Thank you, man. Enjoy your night.
Oh, you're out of the world.
Yeah, I don't really know why I would try and stop him from proxying. Doesn't matter how much I poke him, he's gonna heal full anyway.
Enemy missing right.
Let's do Gem of Focus early. Wanna grab some cooldown.
Has been slain. Okay.
Down. Down.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Down.
I mean, I'm just gonna go back to my lane. I just zoned myself, hoping we'd get something.
An enemy has been slain.
Down.
Okay.
I mean, he just dashed. Might be able to just take this then.
Down.
An enemy has been slain.
Down.
Enemy missing.
Grustler. It just sounds kind of disgusting.
Is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Be careful middle.
Retreat! Retreat!
Serpent.
So you're gonna go for my red, my blue here? Maybe.
Down.
Right back. Out of bed.
Serpent swiftness.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower
Give me
is
cooldown.
under attack.
Close. I would imagine
No problem.
Hades took mine? Yeah. He did.
Killing spree.
Should have dodged the other way. Alright, now's my chance though. I don't have cooldown for this, but I might be able to stop him from just full healing here.
You have slain an enemy.
So far, so good.
Retreat middle lane. Yes. Please. An ally has been slain.
Don't know where Herg is. There he is.
Swiftness. I'll gank right lane.
Herg is down there as well.
Your middle tower
Dude,
is under
why
attack.
just breaking out down here? What's happening?
The dead. Killing spree.
Okay.
Has been slain. Great shot. No problem.
I mean, he should be dead here. I'm gonna save my ult, but
Your right tower is under attack.
should be able to get tower for this.
Killing spree. Shut down. Retreat. Enemies incoming.
Completed. Enemies in the left lane. Good shot.
Actually, I'm gonna take his stuff before I go.
Enemy missing right. Swiftness.
I gotta see if I can help out somewhere else.
Enemy ultimate
See if I can do it without them spotting me as well.
Double kill. Rampage.
Nice move.
Your right tower is under attack.
Behind us.
Slay an enemy.
Move up.
Savage.
Out of mana.
Go away, Vulcan. You shouldn't be here, man. You're not safe.
Yes. Slow down. Serpent swiftness. Gang. Gang. Careful, right on my way.
Out of mana.
Worry isn't left, guys. They could go do Gold Fury, by the way.
Yes.
Out of mana.
I mean, Medusa is in lane, so I guess not.
Enemies have returned to base.
They're trying to
Your
dive me,
left
maybe?
tower is under attack.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
Ultimate is down.
Chazbot.
Gang. Serpents.
Behind us.
Or do this wave, then I'll rotate over as well.
Ally has been slain.
Okay.
On my way.
Chazbot.
Someone lazy backing somewhere, maybe.
On my way. Okay.
Where did my one go? Was my one somehow cancelled?
Nature.
That was really weird. I was spamming the shit out of my one and then it wasn't cooldown.
Serpent swiftness. Serpent swiftness.
That could very easily have been very awkward.
Serpent swiftness. Serpent swiftness. Enemies at the Cold Fury! Group up! Be careful!
Am I still able to catch him? Just gotta keep spamming abilities. He got cooked.
Be careful for fire. I don't know.
The enemy team has
Oh,
destroyed
okay.
the Gold Fury.
Still do more as well. More speed.
Has been slain.
I want to pick this thing up.
Your left tower is under attack.
No problem. Ward left. I'll gank.
If nade works, then I can gank easier. It's just her.
Slain an enemy.
Yeah, I mean that ain't happening. I think realistically her best choice of killing me is turning into Hercules. Combine the tankiness with the damage and I'm kind of fucked. If I can't kill fast, I'm dead. Still got the tower.
Your team
Well, I
has
was cutting it a
destroyed
little
the
close.
Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Medusa's so far down. I'm a bit poked, but she's so far down. I need to gank this.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
No dash. He's going for the left. He has no dash. He has blink though. It's okay.
Enemy ultimate down.
That's fine. Don't want to overdo it either.
Perfection. Yes, no problem.
Fitting song for my Prokulkan gameplay.
Help left lane.
We need some more people to help left. I can't be the one trying to help out right now.
Slain.
Ward left. Ward left. On my way.
On my way. On my way.
blink? He damn did. He stealth blinked. And that's also blink. Like, this should be good now, surely.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful.
50% tornado. Some pretty good damage. That's with Arc Mage though. No, so big, man. Don't get baited by the decoy.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Yes. Be careful.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm gonna back.
Lord of the Fire Giant.
I do need some pen at this point. Actually, I'll do something else.
Your
What's Hades
right
doing?
tower is under attack.
Now he's killing
Completed.
Loki
Shut down.
successfully.
An enemy has been slain. Immortal.
You will never be free of us.
Double kill.
Be right back.
Hell. Hell.
Storm strikes.
Your team has destroyed the Pyramid. Your left tower
I'll
is
get
under
back.
attack.
Attack Fire Giant.
Your left tower. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Your team has destroyed the Fire Giant.
Nice job.
Don't want to soul push up alone, even though I think I could.
Group up.
At least for now. Medusa can definitely still fuck me up if I miss my one. Mostly reliant on whether I hit or miss my one, and potentially my ult.
Serpent swiftness.
Group up.
I want speed buff badly. Hey Bengals, how's it been going? Pretty well, I'd say.
On my way.
Serpent swiftness.
An enemy has been slain.
Be right back. Be right back. Nature.
Your right tower is under attack.
Once again, very reliant on whether I hit my ult and everything else. But that's also Hercules. He is the hardest one on that team for me to deal with. It would be Hades, but Hades isn't that
Your
good.
right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Agni backing off, then I'll take tower.
Your right tower is under attack.
This is not good. It's actually really. If you just ulted me there, I'm fucking dead.
Destroyed a left enemy tower.
But he dashed in and stealthed. I'm so screwed if this Hades was good. I really would be.
Your team has destroyed a
I hit someone
enemy
for a
tower.
lot. Might be Hades.
The pyromancer
Be
has
careful
arrived.
left.
Perk should be dead.
You have slain an enemy.
Be right back.
Careful middle.
Serpent swiftness.
You have slain an enemy.
Morgan goes all in when she ults. I'm dashing the fuck in, boys. It's all or nothing.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. Your team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
The gold fury.
Yeah, time to back off.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
No problem.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
I oops. Good to see you, man. And Vashakal. It's been a while, man. Yeah, I've been dabbling in Smite too. I mean, dabbling might be an understatement. I mean, I've been playing it since it came out, so it is not new to me. I've been playing it since the closed alpha became a thing, and even in the betas, I guess. So almost always. Hey, Sir Killer, good to see you, man. I'm good. I'm doing pretty well. Just relaxing in my everyday life. Let's grab the rocks.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Let the waves push. We don't have.
An enemy has been slain.
Completed.
It's okay. We have good gold.
Destroyed the fire giant. Killing spree. Double kill. Shut down. Double kill. Killing spree.
Okay. Attack the tank.
Missed. Let's get this Phoenix just for good measure while we wait for creeps anyway.
Right enemy phoenix. Shut down.
Attack the tank.
Has been slain.
Oh.
An enemy has been slain.
Just kill me, man. Just absolutely destroy me. Fucking hell.
Went a bit better.
Victory.
Yeah, Herc hurts. You actually enjoy Smite too? Yeah, it's great. I think it's Smite 2 now is in the best state it's ever been since it went open beta. Yeah, Aegis would have been pretty good in this game, but the only reason why Beast wasn't better is because Hades didn't really do much. That's about it. This is the best it's been. It was really rough in the beginning, but I do actually think this is better than Smite 1 now. I do. Obviously, we need a lot of gods. The only thing that's worse than Smite 1 currently, I think, is Honor. Honor is not an upgrade. Everything else is. It's also the most popular it's been at the moment, since it went open beta, which obviously makes sense, since it's free now. Like, in the past, Smite 2 has had a lot of bugs. There's pretty much no bugs. I think every god pretty much feels like an upgrade from the last, from Smite 1. They just feel a lot more smooth. It does feel a little different, so I understand why it's a bit uncanny in the beginning at least. And I mean, it's also fair to not like Smite 2 over Smite 1, but personally I think it's much better in terms of just gameplay feel. It's oddly smooth and I have a hard time getting used to it. Somehow my brain expects 13 takes a second or whatever Smite 1 was. It does feel different. It does. I think it is a lot more smooth. Like, most gods aren't as stationary as they were in Smite 1. Like Hades, Ymir, Gep, I guess. Like, a lot of spells or abilities don't lock you in place. Stuff like that, I think, is what makes it feel better for me as well. Like, when you use an ability in Smite 1, I feel like you can just sit there and AFK for like 2 seconds, you know? And it won't really make a big difference, because you can't use your character at that time. But now you can usually move while doing it. Like, Ymir can move while using the 2, Gep can do it while using his 2, stuff like that. Just the smaller things, making the gameplay a bit more interactive and, I guess, fun, is what really wins it over for me. Some gods don't feel better, or like super good. I think Mordred, the newest, one of the newest gods in Smite 2, he's got an ultimate that feels very wonky. Overall, I think he does feel good, but there's definitely still some wonkiness to some gods. I still think Honor is the best example of an minus. Ymir being able to move through his. I mean, it's very slow. Yeah, it's very slow, but yeah, I think Ymir has always been my best example of like Smite 2 being an upgrade for me. He just feels better in every way to me. He cannot move while freezing though, but the freeze is so fast anyway. It's a very, very fast animation. Yeah, Honor is worse for sure, but he's the only one I would say is actually worse. I feel like he was just I feel like Honor was the prototype for Smite 2 in the very beginning, so he's got a full new model and everything, and like a new skeleton and animations. None of the other gods has this. I feel like he was the prototype to see, can we do this? And they probably figured we cannot do this with a new model on every god, so they stopped doing that, which I guess was a good idea, because yeah, a lot of the gods are just, the thing is, almost every god that has gotten like a +1, a big +1, are just more OP. Absolutely more OP, but they're also a lot more fun, and if every god is getting something big in their +1s, every god is gonna be OP. It's definitely more of a matter of getting used to it for sure. Because, like, dealing with Hades right now is tough, because intelligence is very, very good, as just through items. He's just really, really good. But in the beginning, Hades was almost ignored. Like, he was bad. So it's not because of the change that made him good. Granted, it is good. It definitely is. There are definitely some questionable changes at times, but like Jing Wei's is still one of the bigger ones. She just shotguns her too. So I do agree with some of them. Cuckoo Dash? I like the Cuckoo Dash personally. I think it's great. I actually think that's one of the better examples of like a +1, because it doesn't change this gameplay very much. It just adds more to it. Like, I still have to play around the tornado to use that dash. I can only use it inside the tornado. The hurt passive is strange. Hurt passive is very strange. Some of the changes I do understand, for some people are a bit much. 100%. Like, I've lived in this for what, 6 months now? If not more, with Smite 2. So for me, it's honestly just, I'm just used to it. I'm completely used to it. Another example though, Uller right now is arguably the best ADC, plus minus maybe Jingwei. He is the exact same fucking god, outside of a few minor added things, and he is broken. So I don't think it's about the kits. It can be the exact same thing and still be broken, and they could just have new added stuff. Like, Cabrakan right now is not good. Cabrakan has 2 of his 2s. That should be broken in my head. That sounds disgusting. Also, why is Uller open? And why didn't we pick it? I want to play Rom. Yeah, Nubi's moving in his 1, I think feels a lot better. He's been nerfed a lot. He's not that great at the moment, I guess. He's alright. Actually, I take that back. He's still quite good. It's just people don't play him that much. He does move in Smite 1 too, yeah. In Smite 1 as well. He just does it more in Smite 2. As you rank the ability up, he moves a bit faster. But yeah, that's true. They did add that in the end of Smite 1. Can you link something? I think you can. I think you should just be able to. You can try it. If not, I'll grant you permission. Oh, what is this? I'm gonna get a virus now. It's private, buddy. That's a private video you got there. To be honest, I've noted how anyone is okay with half the changes in Smite 2. I think a lot of people just play it for like casually, you know. They don't really mind it. Personally, I think they're great. I think they're really cool. For me, it's not so much about it being broken or not. It's just about, is it fun or not? And I absolutely think it's fun. Smite 2 has been unbalanced for quite a while, since God releases is the main focus and not so much as balancing. Even though there is a bit of balance. But that's also a thing. I think it's completely fine not to like them as well. There are very few changes I don't like. Like, I don't play Danza, but I think the Danza passive thing is stupid. I don't like how it is at all. I think it's silly and it's just kind of weird. Alright, what is this? Well, I mean, what is this? You've linked me something from the launch tournament, it seems. No, you didn't. It's from Spicy Waffles. Dude, I forgot I was in this team. Interesting. I would shorten the stream, but I need to get ready for this start. I can show it after this game. I don't know what it is myself, but we'll see. Since it was when I was in Spicy Waffle, it's probably me fucking up in some way.
Minions have spawned.
Guess I'm not proxying, because King Murderer is here. Yeah, I think it's fair to dislike it, but I also think it's good to have the perspective of like other people liking it, you know, because I think there's a bunch of stuff to like about Smite 2. Like, But I'm excited to see what they do with other gods as a result of the sometimes maybe broken but pretty big changes to some gods. It makes it more interesting. It also, like for pros, it also means there's some new stuff to learn instead of just the same thing as we've done for 10 years or 12 years. So overall, I think it's an upgrade.
The heat bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow.
Like, I wouldn't even recommend Smite 1 over Smite 2 to people now. That's how much better I think it is. I recognize Smite 1 as the foundation, but if I had to recommend one of the two games, it is not Smite 1.
The heat bears down upon you.
And yeah, on the bushes part, I like the bushes as well. I think just add more to the game as well, because Smite has always been a bit of an issue with Fog of War, and a god randomly appearing in front of you while you're walking in the jungle has always been a bit weird. I think the bushes are a better option. Bit less weird option to me. But once again, I understand why people would dislike them as well. Almost.
Be right back. Place a ward for Telephone down upon you. Enemies in the left lane.
Thanks. Yes.
First blood.
Made me so proud.
Just need level 5. Hello, Sav. Good to see you as well. It's back for Thoth. Aspects as well is definitely something I think warrants the 2 at the back of Smite now. Because that is a gigantic like game changer for Smite. And yeah, I do agree as well. Some aspects are good, some are not. But I think it's a start. I think it's fine in the beginning, just throwing something in there, and then you can always balance it later, whether it's good or bad. I think it's better having something than nothing. Just have fun with it, you know? Like, right now, it's not good to think about it in a competitive sense. You have to think about it, is it fun or not? Smite Ultimate, it needs to cater to casuals, otherwise the game's gonna die. Yeah, I think Kurana's aspect is really cool, but it also doesn't work as well. His kit just isn't made for being a melee character. But it does have potential. I think they could add more to it that could make it really cool. But right now it's a bit awkward. He's just better as a ranged character instead, I would say. Because getting to melee is kind of hard as Kurana's. But the dash cooldown being, like, what is it, halved or whatever it is, it's really cool, almost like reset. I've seen some people do some fun builds with that. Just spam the dash.
An ally has been slain.
Alright, Vesterkelm, have a nice one, man.
Okay.
The heat bears down upon you. Bathe in the glow.
Yeah, sure, Vesterkelm. I'm down for some discussion, for some Smite 2 discussion. I don't mind it. I think it's completely valid for people to have different opinions as long as we can respect each other's opinions on things. There's no right or wrong. What the fuck are we doing, boys? Want an adventure here? Does he have TP? Like, I don't want an Uller in my face. I don't need that.
An ally has been slain.
What are you doing here, Thana?
An enemy has been slain.
It's gonna be hard to try and steal anything from Uller in terms of buffs. He just one-shots that shit so easily.
The heat bears down upon you.
You're gonna axe me in the bush? No? Okay.
Enemy missing left. Be right back.
Retreat! Retreat!
It's a matter of taste, and for me at least, it seems that most people agree that the changes have been for the better. Yeah, it seems to be the reception, yeah. A lot of people really do like the changes. I mean, again, for me, it's just fun. It's not always balanced. Absolutely not. Hell no. But goddamn, I've been having so much fun with all the new stuff. Just to do more as well. I think I'll just go full power. It does mean if I get axed mid-game, I'm dead. Unless I can outplay with a sniper or something.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah. Even though I think I don't want to risk trying to fight him. Uller is a scary god right now in Smite 2. He can fuck you up so fast.
The heat bears down upon you.
Sav, have you played some raw, like full mage raw solo?
Your right tower is under attack. The heat bears down upon you.
Missed.
The heat bears down upon you. Your
If you're still
right
around.
tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Enemy missing right. The heat bears down upon you. Killing spree. The glow. Enemy missing right.
He probably has TP, but if he doesn't, I get blue buff. Let's see. He did not have TP. I want to trade too, that's funny. Let's go get my blue so he doesn't end up getting anything.
An enemy has been slain.
just jumped, so... Dude, there's no way his jump is... Oh my god. My 2 cooldown is so long. Holy shit. He actually got out. I don't believe it. Well, I'll try and see if I get tower at least for that. That's annoying. I went for a weird beam because I was trying to make him jig into it instead of just going in a straight line. Tragic.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
No, Nate!
Follow me. No problem. Nice job. Thanks. Yes.
Be right back.
I shouldn't even be here. Why am I here? I could be helping Anubis right now.
Shut down. The heat bears down upon you. Have slain an enemy. You rock.
I could see the light, the recalling light.
Okay. Bathe the glow.
Just wait for blue. Yeah, it was a pretty free kill. Just a quick little rotation to mid and a single beam.
Bathe the glow. On my way. Be careful. Enemy ultimate incoming.
I don't need to back. I almost 4k gold.
Enemy missing left. Be careful middle. Bathe the glow. The heat bears down upon you.
My ability to back is terrible, but I'm gonna go help. Susano's looking slightly tasty.
An enemy has been slain. The heat bears down upon you.
Oh, he almost dashed into it. Oh, close.
Attack fire giant. The gold fury.
Oh man, I wasted everything here
An enemy has been slain.
on that Aegis.
Bears down upon me.
It's kind of a surrender angle from their side, to be honest.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
They're just looking at each other in mid as well. Let's just get Rod, because why the fuck not?
The heat bears down upon you.
How come you're not maxing the 2? I feel like it does so much more damage. It doesn't early anymore. It only scales now. The base damage was completely nerfed to the ground.
The heat bears down upon you.
You see how much it does now? That's just because I'm very, very high on intelligence. If I didn't have that much intelligence, it would be doing no damage. It's why you don't see Ra solo as much anymore. Because you would just build him tank and 1v1 anyone because of how high the base damage was in the 2.
Ally has been
But that's not a thing anymore.
slain.
They shifted it, as they call it. It is a nerf to his tankiness, but a buff to his mage.
Your right
So
tower
I do think
is
it's a
under
good
attack.
shift. Because I'm tired of tank Ra. It's so annoying and so incredibly skillless.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
I tried.
Your right tower is under attack. Rampage. Killing
Be
spree.
right back.
in right lane.
On my way. Bathe in the glow.
We're on your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your tower is under attack.
Attack fire giant.
On my way. Bathe in the glow.
I was nowhere close, yeah. He needed to jump or juke into it in some way, because I knew he wasn't gonna just run into it. Yeah. That wasn't
Your
happening.
team has destroyed the pyromancer.
So that's why I just went for it. I was hoping he was gonna jump in a random direction, and I was gonna get lucky enough.
Bathe in the glow.
Retreat. Attack.
I'm just gonna fuck him up. They have wards here, I guess.
The heat bears down upon you. Slay an enemy.
Attack fire giant.
Attack the fire.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies have
I'll
returned to
defend
me.
attack fire giant.
Be right back.
Zeus is not stopping. We need Zeus for the goddamn damage, but he's not staying. Like, Uller could steal this.
Shut down.
Like, I don't have good secure for this.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Good.
Nice job.
It's getting a little weird at the end there.
Your middle tower is under attack. Bears down upon you.
A hot item.
Do they have any healing? No. I'll do spear.
I'll attack the gold fury.
Get a little bit of potential cooldown on kills.
The gold fury.
The heat.
And then realistically, I just need power. Especially going with Archmage.
I'll defend left lane. Your left tower is under attack. The heat bears down upon you. Rampage. Your left tower. The heat bears down upon you. Attack. Your team has destroyed the gold fury. You have slain an enemy.
Left to do.
Doink.
Attack middle lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't want to defend left anymore, now we just get Phoenix instead.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack.
How did I hit both of them with the beam?
Kill. Destroyed a middle enemy leader. Unstoppable. Awesome. An enemy has been slain.
They just surrender anyway.
Victory.
Yeah, Bud's release tomorrow. It's gonna be something. I wonder if he's gonna be shit or broken. You never really know with my two gods, I feel like. Like, I expected Thor to be the most broken bullshit when he came out, and he wasn't. Full raw damage probes to play. Full raw damage isn't as good if they have a jungler that was good. Full Ra damage is pretty easy to snag on for a lot of junglers, to be honest. There is a reason why I don't play it every game. Same thing with Kukulkan. But Fenrir is pretty popular at the moment. And he is by far the least fun to play into as a low mobility, non-interruptible, brutalizing mage. Which is currently the mages I feel like playing, which is Vulcan, Ra, and Kukulkan. None of them able to deal with Fenrir very well. Ra is the best of them though, that's just because of the heal and the protections he gets from it. And a slight CC immune ult, but that doesn't really work. Like, usually doesn't save you. Just stops you from being bitten. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Let's see. I still think, let me check if I still have a video watching set up. I think I do. I do. Let me find it. What is this? They're trying to humiliate me. It feels like that. This one. What is this? You guys can hear this, right? You can't? Oh, give me a second. I know why. Wait, you still can't hear it. There is no audio. Why is there no audio? That is strange. Why would there not be audio? Well, I guess the audio is irrelevant. It's the play, so. $720, man. It's not getting better than this. We got Cinder and Carino. Oh, and Moex. Okay. Oh, yeah, and I know it's ringing some bells. So, I think, yeah, they're looking to end. We've lost the Phoenix here. They're going full all in on the end. But we expected it. I remember this. It was a full final last stand. That's funny. Not we. We were the ones using Giannis to get in there. Dude, Giannis. I forgot about him, man. I need Giannis in Smite too. That's so funny. That's the type of shit that we can't really do in Smite 2 yet. We don't have a whole lot of map mobility, like through other gods just yet. I guess Umoja is the closest one. I remember you guys losing your shit over the whole play. I want to see if I can DM Brandon on board. God damn, this is a long time ago. 9 years ago. I'm old. Also, why is there no sound? Let me see if I can figure out why there's no sound for this. Because there should be. Maybe. I'm still in queue, by the way, guys. It's just the queue is taking a while. I don't know why there is. Dude, I haven't used OBS in a while. I feel like I'm a novice again. I forgot how everything works. It's a bit where DM says Wolfie is pretending to clear the wave, but you are well just arguing if to actually do it or not. I mean, a call like that is game changing, you know, because if we fuck that up, they end the game, you know. They were close enough. Like, look at them in this situation here. They're close enough so that they could just go end if they wipe us. Me playing Chaac though? What the fuck? I don't remember playing Chaac at all. Dude, boots existed back then. This is a long time ago. It was a long time ago. Wait, is there no sound here either then? It doesn't even pick up on my desktop sound. I think maybe my desktop sound is being confused here. Let me make sure. I think it might just not be picking up on my... Yeah, there it is. There you go. Now you guys will be able to hear it, right? We can watch it again while I actually have sound on this time. Let me know how loud it is, if it is or not. Volume is good? Perfect. Moments like this is really funny, just what's going through the casters' heads. Like trying to figure out what the fuck the players are thinking. Like this is why competitive is so much fun to play. Yeah, I remember not being a part of this though, because I'm just dead. I'm just dead. I'm not a part of this. I'm just listening to what's happening. I'm like you popped as well. It's so much fun, man. Oh, I was back alive. I was alive when it happened. And Nate, you're banning, by the way. Try and get me Aladdin. It's so much fun, man. Some fun times. Spicy waffles. I forgot we had this team. So me, Bushy, Wolfie, Flurrycue, and Ninja Bobat, dude. Because I remember being with Carino, Wolf of Elo Street, and Moix in my, I guess, it must have been after this. Dude, because that was like a period of time where I swapped teams a lot. Yeah, I'll throw your video next, Jordan. Once I've picked, actually, we can watch this one as well. But that's just the insane Thor player, right? I believe. Excuse me. All right, this is probably my last game as well. By the way, it's getting pretty late, so we'll see how this one goes. Maybe I'm gonna be pissed after this one and I can't end on a loss. I still want to play some Hercules, so I think I'll give that a go this time. Into Anubis is not great though. No, I'm sticking to it. I want to play Herc. Oh. Well, this doesn't look right, does it? There we go. Interesting. Alright, what is this? This was the... Right, yeah, I do remember this. This is just one of the goated plays of all time. It still is. One of the absolute best plays. The mics. They just, yeah. I mean, this is one of those plays that it won't happen these days because people just have gotten too good like. You're never gonna stand still in Hades' ult, man. People don't do that anymore. It's not gonna happen. So these types of plays just don't happen as often anymore. It's the same thing with my Penta. Like it's, I do think my Penta was somewhat good. I guess it wasn't just like a big 5-man hit and like like a big Kraken or something like that. It's actually like choosing who to go on, and it was mostly left clicking though. Let's be real, but like the only skill-based things I think, or one of the biggest skill-based things in Pentas is choosing who to go on also at which time. It's just choosing the right target for the situation. That is the worst part of, or hardest part, I would say, trying to get something like a Penta. All right. I gotta do beats, I feel like, for this game, which sucks because I really want to do Blink. But if I don't have beats, I'm gonna get plugged and killed by Anubis. Which is why I'm gonna go beats. So now that that's settled, I'll do Warrior's Axe. I want to do this build. I wanna play with some builds. I still have 2 build paths in Herc that I'm not too sure which one I want to go with. Because I just don't like Bombas much going into the late game. I really want Warrior's Axe. But I hate Warrior's Axe early, it's terrible. You have no damage. You can't clear shit. And I think that's so important. Getting that early clear is more important than anything else at the moment, I think. Which is why I think Bombas is better than X. Well, not to remember Juice vs. Curse, where Shadow missed Hog on FG because his mom was tying his shoelaces. Yeah. Yeah, dude. That's like 11 years old. 10 or 11 years ago. That's so funny, man. There was some really funny shit back then. It was so amateur, but that made it so charming. It was charming as shit. Sure, wait, I'm against Chaac. I'm against Ra. Ooh, okay.
Enemy missing right.
Dude, this is gonna be kind of boring matchup then. It's gonna be a tank Ra with the aspects. Kind of incredibly nasty, if you ask me. Also, where is he? He's just doing blue. Can you kill the one creep? Thank you. One more? Thank you. Good boy. Should be able to clear this somewhat fast. He is level 2 though. Missed the fucking creep.
The heat bears down upon you.
Be careful, right?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I'll get Flee if you can.
Nice. Let's go.
Nice move. So you survive.
You're old enough to watch the Gamehunter launch tournament pentakill live. Not a lot of people can say that. But yeah, that's impressive. I was also there live. What a coincidence. Yeah, that was big. But imagine being me. Oh, I'm just gonna blink out. Screw this.
Enemy missing
Your
middle.
left tower is under attack. Bears down upon you.
Imagine being me though, where your biggest moment of your life happens when you're like 18. What the fuck am I supposed to do with the rest of it? How the fuck am I supposed to beat that? I've set myself a pretty high standard for the rest of my life. Good luck, future self. Maybe I should have thought about that before I got a penta on stage. I didn't. Damn, you're real old then, Ed. Nice one.
Enemy missing middle.
I'm feeling this one's gonna be a bit of a doozy, I'm not gonna lie. Raw tank with aspect. Oh my god. Ra just in general as Hercules. But oh well. Smart. Let's try to wall bounce the minions and miss. An absolute classic.
I thirst for blood.
His enemy's on HP.
I was a big Gamehunter hater until I got the chance to actually talk to you. I mean, it's fair. Wait, but why a hater? Isn't that a bit excessive? We didn't know each other. It's like 15, fair enough. There is just hate in your body at that point. That's fair. I can see why. Let's do these on the way back. Hey, Cinder, good to see you, man. We just watched a clip where we were against each other, where we did the Janus ult and ended the game as spicy waffles, if you remember that. Someone linked it in my chat. I forgot I was even on that team. Must have felt it. True. No, damn dude, that heal. My dude was saved.
Enemies incoming right.
Sobek's in a bad spot. Oh, not Sobek. Nate. I wish I could help you, Nate, but you are fucked with capital F. I cannot help you. Yeah, forgot you on that team, yeah. It wasn't the most memorable team I've been on, I suppose. Though to be fair, I don't really think any of my teams were memorable. Like the only two I really do remember is Torpedo as well as TSM, because like those were the ones I obviously made it into, like I guess the bigger stages. Even though Torpedo never performed super highly. Like we went the SPL, but we weren't ever at the top of SPL. We were always at the bottom. It was at the time where it was more of a friendship league, I suppose, because we were just having fun with each other. It was a fun time, but we were terrible. I also had a weird time. A weird time at the time in that team to actually play normal stuff. You gotta go farm, Loki. You're level 7, bro.
On my way.
I thirst for blood.
Your left tower is under attack. Bathe in the glow. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm just gonna back. Not no really point in rotating here either. When I'm against Ra, I'm well aware that I'm building breastplates. But I don't think I need to go full defense on him just yet. Since he's just building tanky anyway. He doesn't really do any damage.
Enemy missing middle. Enemies of the Gold Fury. Cancel that.
Bear down upon you.
Your end has come.
They seem to be very active on the blue buff for some reason.
Pyromancer has arrived.
Attacks are meaningless.
Okay. Enemy missing leg.
Baka's jungle. In Smite 2 specifically, it's alright. The aspect does make it quite a bit better. I think the problem with Bacchus is his late game. He's just too easy to go on and kill. Like, if he ever initiates with a jump, you know, he just kind of dies. Especially right now in Smite 2, where ADCs and mages are kind of just super busted in late game. Like, playing tanks in solo right now is stupid. You shouldn't. You really shouldn't.
Missing middle. Be careful left.
I thirst for blood.
Sure, yeah, not if you're playing lower leagues or in casuals and stuff, then it's fine, yeah.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Please. Enemy missing right.
I assume he's just doing my stuff. No? What? He TP'd then. Like,
An ally has been slain.
I did call the missing, but there's no reason for me to rotate over now. There's no gold to defend or anything like that, so...
Your left tower is under attack.
I mean...
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
It's a bit late now.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left
Defend
tower
left
is under
lane.
attack.
Gank left lane.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
On her, no! You're blind! I feel like I should back and not be here anymore, because it's not worth it for me. We can't really get any objectives out of it either. I'm leaving.
Be careful left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Today's
Your right tower is under
I
attack.
do not know why I pulled them into the tower, but here we are. No, I'm not hating it, don't worry. I'm just focused because it's kind of looking like a bit of a losing game here.
The heat bears down upon you.
The glow.
Be careful, right?
Your end has come.
Yeah, I think Nate shouldn't really be here.
Retreat. Retreat.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Yeah, Nate's been baiting me a bit here.
Retreat right lanes.
I need Nate to just not be here at all and go farm. He's level 9 too.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
I already forgot the build I was thinking of before. Right. Let's grab this now. Get an active. Hey Horik, what's up man? It's going alright. It's been a bit 50-50 on the games today, but I've had fun. Trying some stuff. Bit of a shit first game, but this one isn't looking too great so far.
Your right tower is under
I
attack.
need people to just chill on my team right now. I'll be there and carry later on. Right now it's looking a bit rough. It's only fair that first and last games are shit, that's true. It's the law. I mean, this one is mostly boring because I'm against tank Ra. Ra tank isn't really that dominant in terms of his 1v1 potential anymore. He's just insanely hard to kill. Like, you ain't killing him.
Enemies in the cold fury.
You.
Especially as Hercules. If you're something like Hades, then sure. Yeah, of course. Hades can kill anything.
Enemy missing right.
And Rise there. Of course he is, why wouldn't he be? Guess I'm rotating as well, but we just don't have any wards and it seems like we're losing the fight regardless. But I should have been there, so that's on me.
Killing spree.
Your attacks are meaningless.
Down upon you. Your middle tower is under attack.
I do not know how I didn't reach the Anubis, honestly.
The enemy team has destroyed the
Damn.
Gold Fury.
I can try and be with my team more, but the problem isn't so much me not being there, is the fact that everyone is fed on their team and we're so far behind in every lane. Except for mine.
Your right tower is under attack.
I lost my blue for this rotation as well. Tragic. Yeah, it's just really boring to deal with. Yeah, I was dead anyway. There's all here. I think this is an early surrender angle into another game. I'm down to just surrender this one. I don't think we have a chance. My two carries are just not really doing anything, I think. Well, I think it's just we're outskilled. It feels like they just have better players overall.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
I'd rather surrender now and then get another game in.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
I don't know, man. Sometimes people surrender. I hope this is one of those times. I mean, they're gonna end pretty soon anyway if this keeps up.
Right tower is under attack.
And this happens every time This happens every time I pick an actual tank. Then we don't have any damage dealers. That's the problem.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
And I mean, at this point, I'm far behind as well. We just don't really have a chance of fighting. I can't kill any of their carries by myself. And someone's been plucked. Yeah, no, it's cooked. That was an amazing wall, but we just don't have any damage because both our carries are dead.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
My bad for playing Hercules, boys. I actually think I could have carried this if I had an actual carry. Because I don't think our enemies are that good. They have one good player on their team for what I've noticed, in terms of just mechanical skill. Their Izanami definitely is not, from what I saw before.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Are they pushing or not? Do I need to back? I don't think they are.
Completed.
Then I'll keep pushing.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Destroyed a right enemy tower.
Crimson Lord!
I think it's fair not to surrender at times. I just think in this case where we have like it's 417. Also, who the hell took my blue buff? Didn't Loki just do it? I guess he took it. I think it's fair not to want to surrender. Like, I'm generally somewhat of an F7 warrior, I would say. But I feel like mostly the games that I don't surrender are still actually winnable. Like, we have potential to win fights, and all it really takes in Smite is to win a single fight to get back into the game. So I would really like 20 before the next fight. If I could get an axe upgrade, that'd be nice, but I think Loki might be... Oh, he's fine. That's 2 of our ults, though. I'm not sure we got anything out of that. Run, boys! We cannot kill the rest! That's the best we can do. Hopefully that's enough to just give my team a little bit here. I cannot do more than that at this point in the game. Let's get Nemean. I might just go for some damage last item after Nemean. The thing is, if we have one damage deal that starts showing up, I do think we can win this game. I do not think this is, like, on paper, an unwinnable game. But it does feel like shit, because it feels like we don't have any damage dealers. The fact that we also have Honor against an Izanami also is not very encouraging, because Honor is just not good, to say the least. I think he is very, very bad.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Don't know if it was low or not, which it definitely wasn't.
Retreat!
Dude, and dude, they're so stacked up too.
Has destroyed the fire giant.
I hate my carries in this game. They have so many red flags. They're just carrying like 5 of their on their back. Let's see if I can yoink someone. Why would you ward there, man? That's so sus. It's a free super gold. I don't think that's a bad trade. Yeah, I'm just dead. We actually don't have any damage. That's crazy. Not a single damage was done to the Anubis ulting onto our Phoenix. Okay. Legacy game. Don't worry, Nate. It's fine. I don't think this game was purely on you. Let's just put it that way. I will do another one though if you're down, Nate, because this one was a bit rough, I think. If you saw what I did during the game, you'll turn your brains off too. It's fair. We all have bad games. Don't worry about it. Don't let it get to you. The guys waiting on rivals, yeah, no worries. I'll do one solo then. I'm sure that's gonna go well. But thank you for the party. Yeah, we'll see a circular. I don't. Bots is coming tomorrow. I do want to stream, but we'll see. Yeah, you too, Nate. Enjoy Rivals. I'll simply just do one last game here, whether I lose or not. I just have fun playing right now. I just want to do one last. What's my MR? It's right there. I'm still rising. I started playing like 6 days ago after my PC broke, so I'm pretty behind since the reset, but I'm slowly moving my way up. I think my games have been pretty decent today. Like, it's been alright. The Chaac game was terrible. The Uller game was good, and obviously these two were good. I think the Hurt game was fine as well. I think, besides my first game, it's been good, but I have lost more than I have won today. Yeah, having at least a person that can rely on the game will do wonders, for sure. That's also generally why I duo queue. I think triple queue is too much. I think it's cheesy, and it makes the game a bit too easy, especially in ranked currently. But duo queuing just feels good. You just want one other person that you can trust. You know, who can perform outside of just yourself. I completely get it. As a sub main, even if I win alone, it's not fun. Maybe you won't need a role swap then. Ultimately, the game should be fun, I think. Otherwise, there's no point. Yeah, it happens very often, I think, where, like, for me as well, I mean, it's kind of a classic side lane thing as well, or just a solo laner thing. It happens very often where I win lanes super hard, but literally everyone else is just losing. It happened in this Ullr game that I played right here. Like, I couldn't have won my Ullr, like, this solo lane game any harder than I did. I solo killed him 3 times, and I took both towers in my lane. I even tried after that to rotate, and I'm pretty sure I killed... Yeah, I killed the Izanami and the Geb at one point. Sometimes you just can't do anything. You can't give people hands, and sometimes people don't have hands. Also, where is Dutch? I haven't seen Dutch play that much lately, or at least stream that much. Where did he go? Is he busy with something? He used to play all the time at this time. It is definitely very confusing. Like, some of the Dutch says his passion is running out. He's probably taking a break. Fair enough. I think that is good. He's been playing a lot. It's better to take a break than, yeah, just keep playing. I think that's also for Dutch specifically. He probably needs the motivation for competitive. And right now there isn't really any news on that. He might gain some motivation once there is some kind of competitive news. Dude, please give me an Aladdin game, man. I want to play Aladdin so bad. The only way I can enjoy Aladdin right now is in casuals. And you know what happens when someone I guess on my skill level plays Aladdin in casuals? It's gonna be a gigantic stomp fest. And it's not really that fun in the long run. He just said he was cooking, but he was cooking 2 weeks ago and we don't know overcooked egg. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that. Let's see if I can get solo, but if I can't get solo, this game's already cooked. Alright. Thank you, Meyer. Aladdin already banned. It's tragic. Dude, I just got out of playing ADC. I don't want to fucking play ADC. I'll pick something that I can carry with them. They're just gonna... What's even open? I guess the usual 4 are just banned. What do I want to play? I just realized Thanatos is available again. I guess they fixed the bug on him. Or whatever the problem was. Maya must be old. Like us remembers your name. I think, well, Maya knows me as well. Like, he's been in my stream a few times, so... And I've been in his, so... Or in his chat. This might just be a Chaac game. I need to redeem my Chaac game from before as well. Yeah. I'll be incredibly boring, and I apologize, guys, but I am actually starting and ending with a Chaac game. Every game now is the same bans. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, sometimes you see Medusa as well, and then you see an Afro being open instead, but yeah, it's like the same 5 or 6 gods always being banned. In some higher levels as well at the moment, we see a lot of Fenrir events. At least from what I saw on like Nika's stream and stuff like that. Because just Fenrir is pretty dominant as a jungler at the moment in the EU. People seem to like him again. They just want to play Afro. Understandable, yeah. My other choice here would have been Hades, but I think I've done enough Hades for now. My Chaac is a bit rusty, as my first game today showed. So I'm gonna do better this time. It looks like I might be against Ra again. This time though, it's gonna be much easier to deal with. Not that it was hard with Herc, it's just more annoying. Too much Ra solo, and none of them are playing mages. I think with me and Meyer though, we should win this. Like, it depends on who is playing this Medusa. And if this Athena is jungle, because that could also be a problem. Yeah, they really nerfed Ra solo clear, they did. Alright, so kill him. Sleep well, man. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Yeah, Student I could potentially become a problem. And I do believe this is going to be an Athena jungle. I mean, where else would it go? And then we got Billy Big Thighs. Do I start with Axe? I think I'll start Axe. Be a bit more aggressive in this one. I don't really fear Ra solo that much anymore. I just want some big clear. Yeah, the 2 slows helps in boxing. You mean with Ra? It used to, at least. Like now, it just doesn't do enough damage overall to really be a boxing problem. Like, I don't think Ra's 2 is a problem anymore. If anything, the biggest, like the thing that makes him hard to deal with is the heal, because it heals and gives him protection. But I honestly think Ra's in a good spot now, as a mage and as as a front line, I suppose.
No problem.
Because if you want to build Ra as a front line now, you have to go for the aspect. That really truly just makes him more of a support.
Minions have spawned.
And not as good in the big 1v1s, but I don't think he's good as a frontline in like a high tier game anymore. Just because the frontline aspect was really hard to deal with because he was unboxable. He just healed so much through item procs. But now that the 2 doesn't actually do that much damage by itself anymore, it's mostly about him just healing. I'll stick around for another wave.
It's no trouble. Attack the minions.
On my way.
Yes.
Let's see though. I'm gonna take this risk.
Thank you. Bye.
Aw, man. That's ages as well.
No problem.
Tragic. But I got the blue. Yeah, I almost gave another blue away. Dude, my head, I went like, fuck me. But no worries, I got it.
Good game.
Ow. Still took the tower shot.
I'll attack right lane.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing. Be right back. Retreat.
Oh, dude, the slow though. Maybe you're right. Maybe the slow is really broken and should be nerfed immediately. When the actual fuck was that?
Be right back.
First blood. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
It would have been funny, but I would have been really mad at myself.
I'll attack left lane. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing.
Thank you.
Be careful, right? Enemies.
On my way.
Of course, the jungler came for it.
Curse.
An ally has been
Oh, that's
slain.
really not good. mean, Neath getting fed, not the worst, considering what they have on their team. That's not a god, that's gonna be an issue for me to deal with later on. It is not even an aspect Neath either. I guess that is kind of more scary.
Under attack. Enemy missing left. Enemy missing. Be careful left. Be careful left. Enemy missing right.
Okay, it's Ares. He's mid now.
Okay. Please.
That heal is real big, man. Any other Ra would have died. But Aspect Ra does not.
An ally has been slain.
for the ages.
Yes.
Be careful.
Good game.
You just need to farm in right. You don't have to do anything else. Just let me get my items. I'll take care of it. Alright? If only I pressed my push to talk button when I said that. What a shame.
Attack!
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Completed.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Okay, 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 okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure that was actually going to kill, but it's very big that it did.
Your right tower is under attack.
I TP'd.
Your right tower is under
Yeah, it's
attack.
dude 9. I understand why he is he's losing, you know. You like Chaac? I think he's alright. I kinda play him when I feel like I need a win. Because he's very easy to play and a lot of people just don't know in the I guess lower elo don't know how to deal with him. Chaac or Hades are by far the easiest ones to win with, I think. They're putting so much pressure on this Sobek. I always hate dealing with Hades and Chaac because they require so little skill to utilize like on a high level. Or rather, like, no matter what they do, there will generally be a problem as long as you know that, like, a good ult on Chaac is what you need to do, and throw axes is what you need to do. On Hades, you grew up the wave, you heal on it. As long as you utilize those things well on the gods, like, generally you'll do just fine, and it's just very easy to do. So, I always hate dealing with them, but it doesn't change the fact that they're really good. They are both pretty strong. I think Hades is just broken, though. He's just worse. At least on Chaac, there is some counterplay, I think. I think Hades is less... There's less counterplay against Hades. He's just broken in every way. I think Morrigan is the easiest counter for Hades. I think she's good against Hades, yeah. She's one of the better ones in general too. Morgan is just one of the best solos at the moment. She can proxy very easily as well. But I think she requires a lot more skill to utilize. There's also pretty big game knowledge that you need to know when you play Morgan. Just for the best ult experience. But I think once we're talking about just purely like skilled players, I think she's definitely a problem. Server is getting some hiccups now. I don't know if the pause screwed up some things. So far, this is a damage raw, but he's going into defense now.
Tower is under attack. Killing spree. You're electric.
Cancel that. Attack! Attack! Oh, you're out my world.
What is happening in mid? My team hates each other. With a passion.
Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, you're out my world.
I mean, they have wards, I guess.
Be careful, middle.
Then I'm backing.
Your right tower is under attack.
I think Morgan shouldn't be able to deal with Hades that easily, though. I don't think Morgan is a straight-up counter to Hades.
The enemy team
Hades is one of those gods where if you choose the right moment to ult, you can still fuck up the Morgan pretty easily, as well as also the fact that who the fuck did this? Also the fact that you have a silence, which is something that can you can scrub the Morgan quite a lot. I think once Hades gets to the potential one-shot situation, he's gonna have a better time into Morgan, I think, than Morgan has into Hades. Early game though, I think Morgan wins the matchup for sure.
Yes. 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 I need the jungle buff.
killing spree.
I need the jungle buff.
Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
I need the jungle buff.
Let's see if I can actually get this in time. No, she did that so fast.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might just be time to not play the game.
Careful, right.
My team is just trolling each other. It's a circus on my team. Me and Maya are just trying to play the game. We're not being allowed to play the game normally by the rest of them. I still think me and Maya has a chance to carry this as long as we keep up in farm.
Careful, right. Yeah.
Sumimasen. I'll attack. Enemy missing.
lane. Rampage.
Like, Izanami is trying. I understand that Izanami obviously can't deal with one of the better ADCs in the EU. I can't really fault her for that. That's more of a matchmaking issue. Yeah, now he's just tanky.
Turn and fight.
Your right tower is under attack. Bathe the glow.
I challenge
Attack the Titan.
Of course, she's got the enemy Athena ult
Your right tower is under
target
attack.
thing. That sucks. I could have gotten out. I just played it stupid. I didn't think it was a kill situation. I'm also slowly losing the motivation to play this game out. And we didn't surrender.
Your left tower is under attack.
And I lost my blue. What's even worth it anymore? I mean, I'm 15. The only one higher level is Medusa, so not all hope is lost. I was 2 levels up on Ra though.
Ultimate is
Enemy missing middle lane.
I mean, I don't think we're killing this. I think Scythe missed as well. It's a full tank Ra. We ain't killing him, man. As much as we want to try. This ain't the play.
Slain an enemy.
has failed me.
turn and fight. Soldiers assemble.
Surely it kills. No, man. Tragic. I don't know what Maya was doing though. Like now Maya is somewhat trolling a bit as well, but I mean I can't really fault him for what the fuck is happening in this game.
Destroyed the gold fury. Your left tower is under attack.
I actually just fucking respawned, killed an Ares and died.
Welcome.
Not worth. He's level 11.
Is under attack.
Dude, what is Maya building? Why does he have yogis? Surely that's not actually the Thana build, right? Maybe it's alright with all the region. I guess, oh, it's because he's got, yeah, he's got the aspect, so he wants some kind of healing. I'm just thinking out loud here.
Rampage.
Alright, I mean, I guess we're staying in this game. I didn't even get a chance to vote. When this aspect first came out, I was like, this sucks. But I actually really like it now. Is it insanely good? It's just more ways for Chaac to spread damage, but I think I find it pretty fun.
is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Terrific.
Double kill.
But who will
Shut
haunt
down.
your dreams
Be
now?
careful, right?
Your right tower is under attack.
Not bad.
Attack.
Just a few kills.
Your life stream. An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Maybe I can get a tower in return.
Be careful, right?
Never mind, I guess. What even did that much damage to me? Just reach, just poly, I guess. No, it's not even poly. It's just her fucking auto attacks, man. Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Actually, probably grab some anti-healing. Like me and Mayan team fighting, I think can do this, and he's a perma-scaling Thanatos. So,
Your left tower is under attack.
oh, he's just dead again.
An ally has been slain.
I think it just blinked for nothing, so that's not terrible.
Your left tower is under attack.
No.
At this point, I don't even want to surrender. Just give us late game, and me and Maya will take care of it.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel.
Enemy missing right.
Okay, dude. I saw she was there, I just didn't think she was right there.
I challenge you.
Double kill.
Nice job.
How to do with Ra aspect? I mean, it's pretty easy once he's alone, you know? Problem is, he's never alone.
Your left tower is under attack.
I also dealt with the Ra aspect last game. What the fuck did I play last game? I already forgot. But I don't think Ra is hard to deal with anymore. He's just annoying. Like, he's just really hard to kill.
Double kill.
He just essentially is getting babysit by Athena right now, and Athena is super fed because we have Izanami dying on cooldown to Medusa, and we have Sobek who is semi-trolling. As a result, Zeus is behind because of that, I guess, is what I'm
Your middle tower
guessing
under
is
attack.
happening. I mean, because I did win lane.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giants.
So. Not to mention, Ra, even before, when he was considered broken, Ra full tank late game isn't good. Because once like Pen is fully online on the carries, he's just kind of a walking snack. He's not great as his full tank late game.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Yes.
Okay. Farewell.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle
Phoenix is
has been
already down.
destroyed.
Okay.
Did we even try to defend that team? Did we?
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, we have Vanna and Isa on the right when we could be fighting this right here.
Okay.
Okay. Shut down.
Farewell.
got a stun. No, that sucks. It's just unfortunate that we end up having a bit of a one-sided duo lane here. But Chaac is officially online, so we'll see. Maybe I can carry this with the help from Meyer. Yeah, it's a rough game. Like it's Studenai on the Medusa against, I guess, an Izanami who is obviously not prepared to deal with a good ADC like that. So it is what it is, you know. I keep forgetting about the Athena ult. I really do. I'm not used to being Athena ulted on me. I have not dealt with this aspect very much. Because honestly, I just don't see it until she lands. I think the indicator for for her using it on you is really bad. I think it's terrible.
An ally has been slain. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Especially right there, like inside the Raheel, I had no idea it was on her or on me at all. I could not tell.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
We're just dead. Left. I'll push up mid, I suppose.
Nice job. Defend that way.
Optimistic if you think we can even defend it, Mr. Sobek.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
It's a dead Izanami again.
An ally has been slain. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Slain an enemy.
Oh my god, the wall.
Phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle Phoenix is under
Enemy
attack.
ultimate
Your
down.
middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Be careful, middle.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Full build, but at this point I wouldn't be surprised if Studenai has like 3K pots under his belt. Let's see. He has at least one. Maybe two, depending on how expensive the ADC build is. We cannot lose you, Meyer.
Okay.
He's not dead.
Killing spree. Right lane. You're in that.
My one chunks the carries at least very much.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. The right Phoenix is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. That's not really much to do.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
And this game is the perfect example of why I prefer duo queuing.
Defeat.
I needed one other player to play the game, and we fucking win the fights, man. We absolutely win the fights. But oh well. Can't win them all. That's gonna be it for me though. I'm getting tired and it's getting late, and I'm being kind of loud when I stream, and it's still in the middle of the week, so I will definitely be back either tomorrow or Friday, I think, because I want to play bots, or at least see how he is. And yeah, I'll see you guys then. Bye. Thank you for stopping by.